Okay, hello everyone. Everything seems to be in order, and yeah. So today I'm gonna continue the epic adventures of epic keyboard handling. So yesterday I left where I massively soft locked myself, and I figured out why my keys weren't propagating to the virtual device, and today I'm gonna fix it all. Yeah, that's basically the gist of today's test, of today's beginnings. So, and it happened because when I was creating my virtual device, I haven't actually assigned it any keys because my macro, the one that is test key, it kind of relies on key bits on these ones being set. But here, when I pulled out a procedure to create a virtual device, I haven't assigned, I haven't like set that array up prior to calling the macro in a loop, so I kinda screw myself up here a little bit. Hey Sebastian, the tree. Yeah, I put this to do so I don't forget it because I looked at it today's morning and like, okay, this is where I'm gonna start today, and I put this to do. Right. I shield the stream on all the links. At the point when you stream on multiple platforms like that, you definitely I definitely need some automation because managing those translations is getting kind of ridiculous. Um, right. So here I kind of want to create a keyboard, right? So inputs.jai, which means I can kind of just set up keys starting from key escape all the way until key what? F12 numlock key page down key garana file. These are still keyboard keys, right? Yeah. These ones are less used, but I think still technically can be on keyboard. Key email. I used to have a keyboard with key email. Send unknown video next previous brightness mic mute. I think that's gonna be it, right? Everything else it's like mouse, joystick, gamepad. These are like technically option clear go to. What's that? This is some TV stuff. Like key channel. What the fuck? Text player, DVD, red, previous digits, T into N, video phone. Yeah, this looks like... This looks something like... Eurodollar, what's that? Are those the... What kind of device has a separate euro and dollar key? Those are also kind of important FN keys. E numeric. Numeric star, numeric pound. Are these... Like, this is kind of a numpad keypad, but... Hodgepod. I think I might need those as well. Okay, this is definitely a gamepad. So they're kind of mixed. So it's like and key macro, yeah. It seems like I will need to have some kind of like holes. So let me first iterate from escape to mic mute here. Key mic mute, right? And I'm gonna not test. So I'm not gonna use test here. I'll just straight up set it up, and it means I don't need those here. And then I'm gonna have like another loop from select go to not this, but do I need that? 10 channels up, frame back. This is some kind of dog shit. Okay, key FN. From key FN all the way to key... What is key BRL dot? I need to start Googling for those. Key BRL dot 1, what's that? Like this. Where is located? Key BRL.1 device. I am logic. Okay. Where is it though? Remote for my device, B-Link. Okay, this is something irrelevant. Seems like key numeric. This is a keyboard digit 0. And what's the difference between this and that? It's not numpad, because numpad key on the numpad. Oh, it's probably. Hierarchy. This is for remotes. Yeah, okay. So these are for remotes. I see. Hey Dean, hello. Welcome. Welcome. Okay, these are for remotes, so kind so So key FN, where was I? Here. FN right shift. Then touchpad toggle. You know what I should actually do? What I should do for real? Let me. I shouldn't just YOLO it like that to create the most kind of general keyboard. I need to I probably need to do what I used to do, and is when I'm opening the file, I would scan what the keyboard provides, and then I would create a virtual device based on some kind of union of all the keyboards. That seems like it's more reliable to do the way I used to do it, but now I don't kind of have a convenient place, right? Because this is a fucking callback and it works per device. So here I would have to accumulate the events somewhere. And then later, maybe, maybe like by this point I would already have it all accumulated somewhere. But yeah, for now, let me just try the to do here. Here I am just trying to create a virtual keyboard with enough buttons, keys to hopefully cover most use cases. It would be more reliable to map to first accumulate the union of all available keys in open restricted, and then use those keys here, but this is ok for now. Right, touchpad toggle on off, camera button key key emoji picker, interesting. On key macros. I wonder if those are on the keyboard. Let me actually check. So here I'm pressing the buttons, and okay, when I press macro buttons, nothing happens. Well, apart from the one that I map to caps lock. Okay. My throat is kind of a little strained. Right, so okay, I did this. I registered a bunch of keys with the device. Set key bit, yeah. And why didn't it just work? Why didn't it just work, I wonder? So I'm launching the program, and I would expect these keys to get passed down to the operating system, but it clearly doesn't happen. It isn't happening. Like it doesn't do anything. So I have a breakpoint set here, I think. Oh no. Interesting. It should be here. Oh, I removed the breakpoint. Okay, like that. So we have the file descriptor opened. And we have output events. I'm pretty sure we have those set. 2. And scene. Maybe I need to put the time as well. Because, okay. Yeah, and it seems to be like written successfully. Both press and release. So why don't I just... Why won't I just see them? So clearly something isn't enough. Even though I'm pretty sure this should be correct. This one. Maybe... key. Let's see, maybe something is wrong. Oh shit, look at this. I'm erroring. So I cannot assign key to my keyboard. Alright, yeah, why is it failing though? Maybe this failed. Maybe I failed to create a virtual device. So let's check the result here. So maybe this failed. To do error handling, how fitting. Couldn't initialize virtual keyboard. Okay, so this one already returns an error. So it fails here. Why would it fail though? So I think the view input was... Yeah, the view input was opened successfully at least. So I didn't have any issues with the with opening the device itself. But I couldn't do that for some reason. Why would it fail though? Let's try to read about it. Enable the device that is about to be created to pass key events, yes. Does it... No, it doesn't mention any errors. Okay, let's dig. Die. Should I do this? I don't think so. What's the documentation doing? Are they? Are they sending sync events by any chance? Here. No, so they're not registered in scene events, but they're sending them. Maybe you don't need to register those. Do I have a proper descriptor here? Maybe, I mean, no, it should be fine because this one isn't erroring out, right? Yeah, I removed the breakpoint, nice. So, where was it? It was here. Right, so for now, oh, okay. So at this point, keyboard is already captured. Right, so you input FD, we have the file descriptor. Nice. It's totally fine. And result is negative. Yeah. Let me check a couple of these forum posts, and maybe later on I will see, I will look at the manual. So I have nothing here. This shit is commented out. Oh, it sets error no. Cool. Let's do the whole error no situation. Just copy paste here. Just copy paste this. No such file. What? Do I have this problem again? Where dev view input isn't available before I reboot my computer. But no, this is... Wait, no. Because I was able to open it here just fine. No such file or directory. What? This is so weird. Why would this? Oh, Maybe I'm being too fast here. So it hasn't been fully initialized. If I recall correctly, there was some code where... Wait, no, it doesn't make any sense, because I'm just opening it here. And I should be able to instantly IOCTL on the file descriptor. But it fails already at this point. No such file or directory. This is so weird. Let's do it with sudo. Oh shit, I can't open it with sudo because I don't have X11 authorization cookie. Yep. Oof. But I don't need to do it because I have all the needed UDEF rules installed anyway. It's just me cargo culting at this point. So, okay, let's... This is wild. It used to work in a thread. Maybe so how did it used to work here? First I grabbed it, okay, then I opened the EU input, fine. Yeah, then I got the keys. Then I did this, and this worked just fine. Yeah, it used to work just fine. So what changed? Okay, you know what? Let's when I do platform init, let's not initialize it here. Let's for now I just want to make sure that if I plug in my old routine, it will work. Right, so okay, it works here. So yeah, my old stuff totally works. Right, yeah, I can do my keyboard. So it means that for some reason I cannot create a virtual device on my main thread for some reason. Like, what the fuck? Maybe something wrong with my file descriptor? Like, with the fact that I made it global. Right, what happens here? This seems absolutely the same. Huh. Okay, let me put a breakpoint before I open, and I will inspect input FD. Wait, what? Why would it return already? Oh, because I did not recompile. Yikes. Initialization failed. Right, so now input FD is 0. After I open it, it is now something. Hey lazy, cam out focus. I don't know why it does this. It like always unfocuses itself at the most random moments. Yikes. And I need to open OBS and toggle like auto balance or something to fix it. It's so stupid. But yeah, hello, welcome. Result 0. Wait, isn't 0 fine? Am I stupid? Maybe it's all good. Wait. Maybe I'm just being dumb. OCTL. Where is return? Where's return? Okay, upon successful shall return value other than -1. Fuck. Wait, let me other than -1. Yeah. A value other than -1 that depends upon the stream device. Otherwise, it shall return -1 and set error no. Okay, so I was just in. This is wrong. If result equals than -1, then it is an error. Same here. Yeah. Okay, it's all good. It is successful, but I cannot funnel the events back to it now. So the virtual device is totally fine, and it gets created, but I cannot send events back to it. For some reason, here I have yeah, I have a snippet of code here that sends the events back, and it even gets triggered. Right, okay. Right, result is 0. Result 0. Yeah, so this is all good. But yeah, here nothing like happens. Oh wait. This should break. Did I not put the breakpoint? Oh no, this is the wrong procedure. Oh fuck, wrong one. Defer if, yeah, this one. This should trigger, right? So I press escape here. I get into the breakpoint because write original is true, and I have input fd, the correct file descriptor, and I have output event set on the key 1, type 1, value 1. What is the type? F key. Zero, yeah. Huh. How do you debug that? And it says it succeeded. But for some reason, maybe it's the timing of the event. Okay, what if I send only one of those? Yeah, nothing. Handle event. Okay, I guess let me just not grab it for a moment. And what can I do? I can try to also pass the timer events. Actually, what if I... No, I don't think that would work. I thought that maybe I just don't grab the keyboard at all and just send stuff to my virtual keyboard, but I don't think that's gonna work. Okay, let's get the timings. It's something like usec. Yeah, input event keyboard get time. Get time, yeah. Get time. get time microseconds. And an input event is time val, and time val is in sec and microsec. Oh wait, it's Windows one. Wait, that's wrong. Where's the POSIX one? Here. Seconds and, oh, it's seconds and microseconds. Time in seconds and microseconds. Is this the same time? Sus seconds. Okay, where does it being put? Event keyboard get time. Hey, John. No music with lyrics. GG. Time to change playlist. Libin puts event keyboard get time, and we pass keyboard event over there, and keyboard get time, like that. And then if I construct the time, I will just pass seconds, and let's do it like that. Let's pass those around and see if I wanted to use 64. Oof. I can just cast it. Surely nothing will happen. Surely nothing will happen. It worked. Actually, passing the timing works. Fuck me. I never thought it's important. But apparently it is. Look at that. No, it's not working. I'm debating myself. You know why? Because I'm not capturing the keyboard anymore. Fake G-baited. It actually doesn't work. Yeah. It like didn't help at all. It didn't help at all. So what are we doing now? So what do we know? We know that hey Blake Gardner, what does your tool do? So my tool, if you're still here, of course, where is the, it's this one. It's basically a key remapper. It's used for like perfect strafes and to like, for example, mash quicker, but without kind of macro or, but yeah, perfect turnarounds, perfect strafes, this kind of stuff. It lets you remap keys from one to another. That's the gist of it. Right, and so what did I do? I closed Emacs, my bad. Uh, okay, yeah. So you can like have a profiles with different games, and it has mappings from key to key. So for example, A overrides W, which means that if you hold A and D at the same time, we only output the key that's pressed late, and that lets you do all sorts of crazy stuff. Or you can cancel them both if they're pressed at the same time. So yeah, that's basically it. And I'm kind of trying to make it more reliable before I release this new version. And I'm experimenting with the libinput. And you've tried to do UDEV stuff with Rust. Yeah, it's... For me, so far, the experience is a bit rocky. Because libinput only goes like halfway of what I actually need. For example, I really need to handle controllers and it doesn't. And I want to do stuff like remapping keyboard keys to controllers and vice versa. Which means I will need to do two separate paths. One for controller and one for all other devices. So for now, even though I'm kind of still trying to pursue this libinput stuff, I'm not entirely convinced that I will leave it. So yeah. I might end up ditching libinput and will use just UDEV without libinput. But this means I will lose on its quirks handling that will potentially be useful for multiple keyboards. But the fact that it doesn't handle controllers is honestly a big bummer for me. Let me check how the translation is doing on YouTube and Twitch. Yeah, Blake, that's kind of the point, because I am a full-time Linux user, but I am honestly tired of tools, of config-based tools. The point of this software is that it will have native GUI, all configuration is done through GUI, and a user won't have to like touch config files. Like there is a config file under the hood, like it's a custom text format, but my assumption is that the user will never have to mess with it. Yeah. So and this is why I also want it to be super automatic. I could give an ability to just manually select a physical device that the user wants the program to work with. And there are tools that do that. Like, okay, you select, like, guess which of those is your real keyboard. You know, this kind of situation. Like, there's like, Linux is already so hard, especially for people who are not like programmers or sysadmins. I can't expect a regular gamer to be able to like, okay, which of those is a keyboard? Yeah, lazy, exactly. I don't want to set up people for failure. I want this, you know, experience where you download an executable, you unpack it, you run it, and it just works. That's why I put so much effort into trying to figure it all out in a way that works for the majority of people, right? Yeah. And so libinput does a very useful thing where it accumulates all of the keyboard into a core device. So I need to only query it, like query the file descriptor from it, and it's kind of cool. But it kind of goes halfway, right? I need to, like, because I'm grabbing the device. You know what I'm thinking about? Maybe I should grab maybe I should grab actually this device that libinput provides me. I just thought about it, like the core device that it gives me. I know, we'll see. But yeah, anyway. Yeah, I'm just trying to be like helpful to reduce the complexity for the end user. And so far, I'm kind of failing at this whole libinput shenanigans because, so I get the keyboard event from libinput. This all works. I'm able to log it and whatnot, but I can't pass it further. Right? I create a virtual keyboard, and it seems to be working. Like, none of this returns an error. Let's check. Let's do that as well. If result, like just do the same thing here. I need to some kind of a macro that, you know, does error handling, so I don't have to copy paste it. Couldn't set up a virtual keyboard. Yeah, and it all works, but for some reason the events don't get back here. I think the tutorial also used some kind of a sleep here. Yeah, sleep 1. Let's do it, just for, you know, setup, create. Okay, and couldn't set up, and couldn't create. Yeah, there are no errors in the log, so it's supposed to be all successful. Yeah, I wanted to sleep after create. Let's do that. Sleep, I think it's sleep seconds, if I recall correctly. Not sleep. Sleep. No, it doesn't matter. I touched my glasses inappropriately. Yeah, I wanted to check my translations. Twitter is working. YouTube is fine. Twitch is fine. Great. Amazing. Technology. So yeah, I just can't write the events back to the virtual device for some reason, for some unknown reason. Like, the only difference I see here is the fact that that I am storing the file descriptor globally. This is literally the only difference between this and my old code. And also maybe the fact, you know what? I need to check something. What if I'm kind of grabbing it? Let's see how many keyboards I end up grabbing here. Because what if I also grab my virtual keyboard? So it's gonna be here. If this is the case, I'm gonna cry. Okay, so event 6, this is my actual real physical keyboard. Okay, yeah, I only grab it. Thanks God. That's not the case. Let me put a breakpoint to... like here. Alright, so I press a button, like escape. We go here into debugger, right? So we get a core event. And it's also like, I don't like libinput because it returns these opaque pointers, which makes it very hard to inspect them in a debugger. Right? So like all I see here is opaque pointers, which kind of sucks. Okay, I get the key. Key is 1. 1 is escape. State is pressed, also 1. Then I get the device. Okay, those I don't use device and UDEV device. Oh shit. Key, state, device, UDEV device, seconds, microseconds. This is the time. Now I construct output events. Where are they? Here. Right. Value 0. So it's unpress and also sync event. I've seen report value 0. Why do I do that? I know why. Hey, baby Merlo. Thank you. Appreciate it. I mean, yeah, like... Yeah, no problem. Дякую, дякую. Yeah, and it's like it seems working because I don't get any errors when I write the shit back. But device that doesn't get propagated for some reason. And I just wonder what happens here, like why? You know what? Huh. What if... Oh shit. What if, like, by any chance... What if by any chance... libinput then opens my virtual keyboard and debounces the key or something? What if? So let me put a breakpoint here to open restricted. Right, so it will do it 30 times. Right, so we have path here, event 2, 1, 0, 18, 19, 20. 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, 7, 8, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 17, 16, 29. Is this one the virtual event 29? Huh. If that's the case, okay, so let me close, right? Okay, I closed it. Only 28. You see that? So event 29 was my virtual keyboard. And so maybe what happens, libinput might be debouncing keys. I think that's what might be happening. 12:15, should batch. I mean, it's actually pretty nice time, John, so yeah, have a good night and enjoy your human sleep schedule. Thank you, good night. I think that's what this is what happens. That's what's happening. I have a procedure here. I don't use it, but I wrote it in case I need it. It's like not really in case I needed it, but then I didn't need it anymore. I don't remember how it's called, but it's somewhere here. Yeah, get virtual keyboard path. Yeah, this is the one. Let me copy it with a different signature. Oh shit. Soon enough there's gonna be salutes outside because today's Christmas Eve, Orthodox Christmas Eve. So if you hear something that sounds like shooting, don't be scared, it's just like people celebrating Christmas. So we have a path. I don't need this. Full name. Full name. Event path. There's no, this is something different. Info full name is directory return. Okay, event path, device info, read entire file, event path, if not success. Has product string, there's dir list. I don't remember how I used it because it doesn't look like it accepts. Does it? Yeah, it doesn't look like it accepts. So it used to be somewhere in the visitor. Oh. So it's, I think it's in dev, isn't it? Okay. So let me refresh myself on how I used to do it. Right, so event 29 is our thing. Here it is, event 29. Does it have something like, no, maybe by ID? No, nothing here. Is it like dev? Event. Okay, it's this is the director. It's device virtual input. Or is it here, bus u event? No, so u event. Virtual input. Okay, so it's virtual input. Okay, yes, yeah, so it's not exactly right. Yeah, okay, so that's what so this procedure used to be part of a visitor, and I would send it this directory, sysdevices virtual input, and it would go through each of those, check its u event, and then it would see if the product ID matched with our keyboard. So it's not exactly what I wanted. I guess what I can funnel it instead is proc bus input devices, this file, right? And I can parse it and see that, okay, here's the ID, here's like event 29, yeah, handlers, right? So I can do that and see if it's our virtual device, then we just don't handle it. But it's kind of hard, so for now I'll just do a little hack to verify the theory, right? Let me get back the grab, and if contains path event 29, return -1. So we don't let libinput to open our virtual keyboard. It still didn't work. Right? So I prevented libinput from opening the virtual keyboard, but I still cannot make it to propagate events. That's kind of wild. What else can we try? If anyone has ideas, feel free to state them. I don't mind backseating at all, especially in situations like that. It's not a puzzle game we're playing, huh? But I am puzzled. So this didn't work, even though I prevent libinput from touching my virtual device. Still kind of get wrecked. Maybe I can get back the timing. Like at this point, I'm just trying like everything that comes to mind. Like if only there was like a way to somehow debug it further. Yeah, it's... I'm so happy I built this escape hatch that I can... So, because now my keyboard is totally blocked, I can't do anything with my keyboard. So this is like... Well, other than plugging in another keyboard, this is the only way for me to close the program. So what do we do? Let me do it without the defer. Let me just write it right away. Like it shouldn't really matter, right? But I just want to remove potential code paths. And let me just send the event itself. Wait, what? Oh, my bad. Yeah, nothing. Nothing ever happens. Yeah, I can capture, but in this particular scenario, I can't, like, I pass the event down to the, like, my virtual keyboard, but for some reason the rest of the operating system doesn't pick it up. And it doesn't work when I go through libinput code path. When I revert back to my original code that didn't use libinput, that I just wrote from scratch. Like I was trying to do what libinput does, but kind of in my own way. Then it works. When I don't involve udef, libinput, when I just manually grab the keyboard and read from it. So maybe, like, one other thing I can try is maybe like create a virtual keyboard here in this thread, because I'm creating it in a main thread and I set it to like a global kind of variable. Like I don't really... udef permission issue? Oh, no. Permissions with udef are totally fine. I'm on Arch, but I have Steam installed, and funnily enough, Steam, when it gets installed, it sets up udef rule for uinput. So yeah, my permissions are totally fine. It's not a permission issue. So I don't even need sudo to open uinput. Hey, daily update of learning. Hello. Welcome. So okay, I'm gonna try to imitate my previous setup by moving uinput setup code to the thread, into the thread. Where is it? Uinput here. So I'm gonna just do this. Copy that. Then I'm gonna comment it here. What's that? Oh, input, yeah. Start logging. Yeah, And I'm gonna put it here. Like this, like here. Wait, what? Fuck. So this code, I'm gonna put it in this thread because it's a separate thread. Yeah, permission-wise, I'm definitely good. Yeah. And let's see if this works. If just setting it up in a thread works. Wait, return false. Return null because it accepts a void pointer. Oh, it still doesn't work. Like, no errors. But moving it in a thread did absolutely nothing. Like, I'm kind of almost ready to revert from libinput to use back my old setup. But this sensation of, you know, just like, I don't understand why it doesn't work. I just can't get rid of it. I feel this urge, you know, to just try to figure it out. Like, why doesn't it get propagated? And in my original code, let me open it on the side. Right, this is my original code. So I manually get the keyboard. I manually expect its keys, right? I manually like wait for the keys to kind of get on press before I grab it. Right, I do all that. What else? Yes, Lauren, thank you. Welcome. What do I do here? Yeah, I set up the keys that like my virtual device can handle. I do this. I actually create the device and then I start reading from one device here to another one. Here I'm funneling them to U input. And then there's like all this logic of actual key overrides. And this works. Yes, at all, yes. Like in my old code, I was able to. And my suspicion is that maybe I'm constructing input events incorrectly here. Incorrectly, I mean, so libinput obfuscates the event, the core event that it gets, and I haven't found a way to just get a raw event from libinput, so I'm constructing it manually. Right, so I'm doing something like this. I'm constructing the event key with the code and the value, like whether it's pressed or not. And then I'm like sending it like that. And there is no error. What if I do this? What if I make the file descriptor local? and I don't do it here instead. Close. Where am I closing it? What? The fuck? Okay, yeah. Let's not close it. Oh! I'm an idiot. I need to pass it here too. Because I made it local. S32. Oh, my throat is sore. Okay, key down versus key release should also be fine, because I'm getting that as a state from libinput. No, doesn't work either. I mean, it's either something extremely stupid and simple that's just, you know, I'm kind of blind in the context. I don't understand it. Sorry. Or it's something like some like complicated kind of interaction between libinput and the kernel that I just don't understand. So it's either something super simple that I just don't see, or it's something like that I don't understand. It's one of those. It's always one of those. And let me remove this again and oh shit, now it works. Okay, so I removed the timing. Wait. Now it suddenly works. What the fuck? I am capturing, right? I am capturing. Okay, so I can't read from event 6, and if I close, then I can. Pog, we won? But wait, I don't entirely understand why. Let's start putting back the code and see when it breaks. So, this works. Okay. It doesn't... no, this logic is... I just haven't ported it yet. This is when I zero out the timing. And when I put the timing back, will it break? It doesn't break. Okay, it still works. Why didn't it work then? Why didn't it work? Okay, let me try to read it globally. Input fd1. No, not here. Here. still works. I just don't understand why it suddenly started working. Let's put it out here and uncomment it here. Still works. What the fuck? What the actual fuck? What changed? There was like close. Okay, there was this close. But I think I should have been here all the time in this loop. So I don't think I've ever closed it. No. What the actual fuck? I'm so confused. What did I change to make it work? Help. What was it? I don't see a notification. Oh, it says Evan M just subscribed. Oh, thanks a lot for the sub, Evan M. Thank you, really appreciate it. For some reason, I don't see it in the activity feed. Twitch, by the way. Twitch, everyone. But I was able to catch it in a OBS alert. Thank you. For some reason, my alerts from Streamlabs, they just don't work anymore. And Twitch, I guess, replaced them with whatever. But yeah, thank you. I really appreciate the support. Or maybe it was a YouTube sub and I'm just stupid. Anyway. I know nothing. I know that I need some chill music. And I know that I don't know why it works suddenly. Was it something here? Was it... Did I do this? Did I have this for... I bet that was the reason. I accidentally passed a pointer to a pointer. And the right was interpreting like garbage memory. I bet my tiny butthole that this is what... that I had the star here. Because I used to have this. I used to have this pointer to EV, and then I started sending 2 events, right? But I probably left out this fucking star. Hi, Slorent. hello, hi, hello, hello, hi. What? Did I say something? I was telling you, it's either something stupid I don't see, and this was literally it. Okay, now I'm finally calm. Hey, tool. Hello. By the way, is your nickname Tool Ateralus as in the song by the band Tool? Or is it unrelated? Hey Ahmed, hello. I'm so relieved. Yeah, album. Oh, so it's song and an album. Yeah. I'm not like that big of a Tool. I guess I'm not that knowledgeable in Tool discography. I'm not like I'm not that into them. It's like one of those bands that I respect a lot, but don't listen much to them. I used to a lot more into them. Had this account. Yeah. Yes, relatable. Yeah, Ahmed, sure, far away. Fire a question away. It's like my old nickname was Valiant Jedi because I was super into Star Wars. And I had that nickname since I was like 12 years or like 13 years. Since like 2005. And I only started changing it everywhere when I started like looking for a job, right? When I became like a professional, I started changing it to my real name everywhere. Yeah. Okay, now I feel liberated. So I can remove that. I can put device instantiation back to... Actually, I don't think I want to put device instantiation back to the main thread. If you know what I mean. Like having it in the main thread means that GUI gets delayed. Right? What GUI toolkit is this using? Blake, it is a custom GUI toolkit that is shipped with Jai compiler. It's called GetRect. It's a very simple immediate mode kind of UI. Yeah, it's kind of, well, I don't want to say it's experimental. It's not really experimental. It's just like it's early in its life. Yeah. It has like no, it's quite good. It's very easy to use, and the API is very reasonable, and the source code is also very simple to navigate and to read. And I've been able to just dive into the library and modified it to my needs. Like this actually uses slightly modified version of GetRect. Like I modified dropdown to work in the way that I want it to work. Like this is a draft UI. I just put it together. Like you see, it has like this text rendering bug where like the left side of the text for some reason starts jumping all over the place. So I need to look into that. But yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna like keep using it in the release version, but so far it is very handy to just throw, you know, buttons around and assign like stuff to buttons. I'm bilingual. My mother language is Arabic, and my second language is English. On Windows, I switch the keyboard layout from English to Arabic and vice versa via the keyboard shortcut. Right Alt plus right Shift. Alt Shift. Yeah, okay, I see. I tried to set that in Linux in two completely different distros, Fedora and Linux Mint, and also two completely different DEs, Cinnamon and KDE Plasma. It switches English to Arabic, but not the other way back. Wow. So definitely not the kernel. So you need to submit that to the desktop environment. Like, yeah, it's really weird that it doesn't work, that it doesn't switch back. Like, I haven't used KDE or GNOME in a while, like in like 10 years or so. Maybe not 10 years. Maybe I haven't used GNOME in like 10 years, but I haven't used KDE maybe in like 7, maybe 6 years. So I wouldn't be able to help you, and you know, to tell you if, oh, actually, like, you just go click that. But if you think that it's a genuine bug, and it might be a bug, like, for sure, then in KDE, it's like KDE bug tracker, right? So yeah, for KDE, there's like bugs.kde.org. I think that is an official one. You can search Arabic, for example. And here you can do that. Unable to time combo box and RTA locals. Right, so yeah. And if Fedora, Cinnamon and KDE Plasma. I mean, in GNOME, there will be like a GNOME bug tracker, right? GNOME Bugzilla. GNOME GitLab, right? Here, like, for GNOME, it's gonna be here. And for Cinnamon, something like that. Right? It's probably on a GitHub. Completely. So it maybe it's not IDE, maybe it's something like underneath that they are all use, right? It might be like they're probably both using Wayland by default, so maybe it's some like compositor stuff, like the compositor, but all of them are using different compositor libraries too. It's definitely not kernel. I know that for sure because kernel actually doesn't know anything about keyboard layouts at all. There is no such thing as keyboard layout on the kernel level. Kernel only concerned about physical keys on the keyboard. And the way those keys are interpreted is entirely up to the user space, right? So it's definitely not the kernel. Yeah. So maybe it's some, you know, like XKB common library. Maybe, let's actually check it out. Lib XKB common. So I bet all of them use this. Like, I bet all of them use this. And Arabic issues. So yeah, I don't know. You know what might be happening? What if by any chance when you switch to Arabic, the meaning of Alt and Shift somehow changes? So when you press it again, you know, the output some different like event. Have you tried, like, for example, in KDE to set a different keybind to switch, like, you know, to English when you do right Alt, right Shift when you're in Arabic layout, just to see if it shows different keys? Maybe, I don't know. It's just like, it's just a wild hunch, you know. It's just a wild hunch. Because I actually don't know if right Alt and right Shift mean mean something different in Arabic. But the way keyboard layouts work in Linux is absolute fucking disaster, so I wouldn't be surprised if it's some bullshit like this. Yeah, Tactical Funnel, hello, welcome. But ftest gives you kernel level events. It doesn't tell you anything about layout, unless it uses it. I'm pretty sure I have it right here. Right, yeah. So those are kernel events. They won't say you anything about layout. On Linux you would need something like XF, I think. Control Shift, it works just right, I see. So yeah, let's try to also set like Alt Shift to switch back to English, but when you're in Arabic, and see if it registers as some other keyboard shortcut. I'm just wondering. Hey Jumpy, welcome. Okay, so I don't know if I want to keep virtual keyboard setup in a separate thread, or I want to keep it in the main thread. So keeping it in the main thread makes startup times a bit higher, but it also means that the device gets instantiated early, and if it fails, I can just crash the program. Which is actually bad, I think, because, okay, I can write log into some kind of file, but then a user who is most certainly a non-technical will have to go and fetch that log file, right? Imagine like you're a Fortnite gamer. Yeah, no worries, Ahmed. Imagine a like regular like Fortnite kid launching my program, and it just silently crashes, like on Linux, and he just what to do, right? He would go like, you know, he like most of those gamers will just think that my program is dog shit and use something else, right? Maybe like 5%, like one out of 20 will go and find it on GitHub and submit an issue. Okay, your program is like crashes. I don't know why. And then I would have to go and, oh, please give me the log file, right? And maybe they will be able to find that log file. So an alternative to that is to initialize your input device in a separate thread. And then if I fail to initialize that device, I can if there's an error, I can show the banner in the GUI, and the banner will say failed to create like virtual keyboard, like please get this log file and send it like here on the GitHub. And this is much easier for a regular user than just go dig for logs somewhere. So I think this is a much better user experience. So I will keep initializing uinput file descriptor in a thread. Makes sense? Makes sense to me. So where is it in open restricted platform init? So yeah, all of this gets deleted. udev and libinput stay here. This compiles and works perfect. And this is what software developers should always think about. They should always think about user experience, especially if you have an agenda like I have, you know. I want to, like, I don't like Linux anymore, you know. I just use it because I know how to fix everything. But I hate Windows even more. Like, Windows became totally unusable garbage. So I have an agenda, you know, to improve situation on Linux so it gets more usable. And if you want to improve Linux user experience, you have to stop thinking like a regular Linux user, you know. Oh, I just manually compile some shit. Oh, I will just go and find config file and change something. Oh, I'll just go to Arch Wiki and read a giant fucking article with workarounds. Like, no, no. If we want normal people to use Linux, we need to create nice native GUI applications that you know, set users for success, that the user can just download and run on the computer. The philosophy like by developers for developers ain't gonna cut it. It just ain't gonna cut it. You need the UI, even if it looks like shit, if it's usable, if it's responsible, if it clearly shows when there's something wrong and says what to do. This is how you win the users for your operating system. With that said, this program also works on Windows, so they're not gonna bother. Yeah. Yeah, thanks Tunafish. Yeah, I'll try to, I really try to push for it to release it. I will ship binary files for Linux. Absolutely lazy. I don't plan to package it for multiple distros. Like, fuck that. Even more, I am actually violating everything Linux packagers are preaching, right? If you look at my link line, I'm compiling multiple libraries statically, right? I'm compiling free types statically. And Linux packagers hate you for this one simple trick, because they usually expect you to link dynamically and, you know, like, okay, you need to rely on systems free type. No, fuck you. Also, STB image statically, STB image write statically. I only make exceptions for very essential stuff that will, you know, that has like super stable ABI, right? So X11, of course, link dynamically. I'll probably switch to DL opening it, because I will make this application so that it works natively on both X and Wayland. And so always linking to X11, you know, shouldn't really be a thing. So I will probably switch to DL opening it. Next, libxkb common, right? This is installed everywhere, so I'm not afraid to link against that. Even though I consider to just statically link it too, because, you know, it's also a kind of small library. I can just statically link it. What else I link? I link libinput and libudef dynamically as well. I'm pretty sure I link those dynamically. Where is it? I mean, libc, yeah, I like Jai by default links glibc dynamically. Yeah, here's libinput, X11, libudef. libm is a part of glibc, it's a math one. So yeah. And of course, you can't really link graphic library statically on Linux at all. So all the OpenGL stuff here is also linked dynamically. But yeah, so yeah, libinput, libudef, they're installed everywhere, and libxkb common. So I guess I give it a pass. But I definitely not gonna link free types dynamically. So what I'm planning to do is to just provide an executable. And that's it. Maybe I will link. So if I end up using udev and libinput, maybe I'll end up linking those statically as well. Maybe. We will see, but maybe not. I'm not planning to package those anyway. All right. I don't need this to be global anymore. Now it's gonna fail to compile, of course, naturally. I need to do this. It will still fail to compile. Yeah. Wait, what? Let's put it here. It will still fail to compile, of course, because I did that. And now it's gonna work. Okay. Cool. Coolio. So I cut this out, and now uinput is getting initialized in a thread, and this is, I need to modify this. Actually, will it still work? Yeah, it will still work. Nice. If I don't, if I ignore kind of my virtual device here. Right, now I want to reintroduce my old logic. Like, I want to uncomment this and see if it works. Why do package people prefer dynamic though? Not carrying around dependencies? No. They prefer dynamic libraries. Well, so main reason they always cite is security, right? What if some library gets a security vulnerability, right? And a developer who statically linked it just ain't updating their software anymore, right? This is basically main reason they always call out, right? You can update the library system-wise, right? That's the reason they always name. I mean, and it maybe makes sense for certain libraries, but I think in general sense it's kind of like you just can't expect software to work when you update its dependencies nilly-willy. And it's a common problem on Linux, right? You updated a system and now something doesn't work. And 9 times out of 10, it's because some library got updated and you have a software that relies on old symbols. Hey Cache, hello. Made me recover access to Twitch, let's go. Does it mean that you will resume streaming soon? You posted on in chat. I actually don't see you in chat on X. Yeah, like the chat is completely empty for me. It sucks your soul out. Yeah, it's not for everyone, for sure. For sure. For me, like, streaming for me is a good way to kick me in the ass in a way that to actually make me work, because this stuff like libinput, udev, like X11 and other abomination crapware, it's just so daunting to work on it on my own, and chat kind of or not even the chat, because chat is mostly silent, right? I always have a lot of lurkers. Just the fact that there is a camera pointing at me and somebody is watching gives me this additional kick that makes me work. If it makes sense. Okay, so in summary, I 100% agree with your motivation. Thanks. Yeah. Yeah. Let me watch more closely. Oof. All right. So now I need to port my actual logic to this new libinput situation, because I don't have device-fd anymore. I don't have device-fd, but I have the libinput-fd. So I have libinput core device. So I can probably do that. Yep, I will do that. But yeah, before I'll do that, I'm sitting here for 2 hours without a break. Completely removed Windows this year. I'm moving everything to Linux. Just need to finish a certain project. Yeah, certain project. Wink, wink. I assume you mean the debugger. I hope you mean the debugger. We definitely need more debuggers for Linux. I know that Ryan will work on the Linux version for RadDB this year, but I mean, the more we have, the better, unironically. Like, but I'll understand if it's something different. Yeah, I still have Windows. Last 3 weeks fucking with Wayland GTK. Oh my god, like, Sviat. Yeah, I will port my program to native Wayland soon, because apparently one of the protocols that I hard require got implemented in all the important compositors. So I have now, I have an ability to have this program natively work on Wayland, and so I will do that. Which is cool. But yeah, I like fucking with all this shit is just... But yeah, okay. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go grab myself something to drink, take a bathroom break. It'll probably be like 5-ish minutes. I did not go Wayland plus Vulkan. It's essentially not supported in GNOME. So GTK plus OpenGL. Understandable. Like, you know, Ghost TTI recently got released, the new terminal emulator, and everyone on Linux, in Linux, like, I say community, because there's no such thing as Linux community. There's just various lunatics spread all over like Reddit and 4chan, and they started yelling. You know why? They started yelling before I go on the break. Let me rant a bit. Okay, so Ghost TTI got released. Very cool project. I actually built it from source. Right, here it is. I'm not using it because, you know, just startup times are a bit slow for my taste, but like, it works. I downloaded Zig compiler, I downloaded Ghost TTI, I installed dependencies that it specified in README. I did Zig build. Like, it took a couple minutes, but it built. Like, no errors, first try. All I had to do is just download the compiler, the source code, and install 2 additional dependencies as GTK4 and some other library. And it just worked, right? And Linux lunatics, they are complaining about the fact that Ghost TTI author dared to use GTK4, you know, for stuff like tabs, like Windows decorations, basically for the UI, like for this kind of stuff. And you know, the nature of GTK is that it takes some time to initialize, so naturally Ghost TTI startup time will be bigger than, for example, Alacrity, right? I use Alacrity here, and I mean, it's a tiling window manager. I don't need decorations, so I'm kind of keep using Alacrity for now, just because it's better for my needs. But this is a very cool project, totally recommend it. But These lunatics, man. Like, you use GTK, it's not a native application. Ah! This is just so stupid. This is just such a brain that take, like, it's such a cool project, and like whining about using GTK, it's so stupid. It's one of the like fundamental libraries in all of the Linux desktop. Okay, it enforces certain decorations, right? Like GhostTTA doesn't look native on Sway. So fucking what? Like, people who try to maintain some kind of a purity of desktop on Linux, they're just stupid. They're just brain dead. You realistically cannot maintain homogeneous desktop on Linux. You can't have operating system that has only GTK installed. If you use it, if you're a power user, you will always have some software that is written in Qt, some software that's written in GTK, some software that's written in something else. It's unavoidable. Like if I do pacman-q and grep like Qt, here, I have Qt 5 installed. I have fucking Qt 6 installed, right? And if I do GTK, here, where is it? Yeah. I have GTK 2, GTK 3, GTK fucking 4. Fucking WebKit GTK. I have like 3 different portals installed for Wayland. I have GTK portal, I have KDE portal, I have WL-Rus portal. This is what you realistically have to do if you're using a desktop on Linux productively. There is no way you will have a situation where you maintain some kind of purity and only use one kind of a GUI toolkit across your entire... Like, people who try to achieve that are just stupid. They have nothing to do with their lives. And complaining about the fact that a program uses GTK, it's so dumb, man. Like... That's why I will keep insisting that there is no such thing as Linux community. It's just like Linux community is just people. It's just, I don't know, man. I have no words. It's just stupid. Okay, I got it out of my system. Yeah. But yeah, I'll be right back. And I think I'm gonna run an ad break, so we have a longer period, adless period on Twitch. Oh, I actually can't run an ad break because it recently ran on its own. Okay, whatever. I'll be right back. Hello. um, let me quickly check the translation, not translations, the streams on different platforms. Seems to be fine. When I was looking shit up, his posts were basically about Linux not really supporting Vulkan. Wayland. I've heard. I thought Vulkan and Wayland are supposed to be working fine. I'm surprised it doesn't work. Because I know that Wayland has a platform implementation for... not Wayland, Vulkan has a platform implementation for libwayland. I definitely saw that. Like, maybe it doesn't work as expected. Or maybe he didn't want to depend on libwayland, you know, maybe he wanted like a custom Zig stuff for Wayland. Because this is also one of my big complaints about Wayland and about this whole like situation with Mesa and stuff, is that it basically requires libwayland, right? And libwayland is C library, and if you want to structure shit in any other way than libwayland does, just go fuck yourself. Implement your whole like fucking driver stack. No hardware acceleration for you, nerd. And so you either make bindings for libwayland or you go like super hard way, which really sucks. Okay, let's continue. So here in my old code, we use device file descriptor from an actual keyboard. We don't have it anymore, but we have file descriptor here on, I mean, we should have file descriptor of the fuck me, brain work of the input context. Sorry. Okay, maybe I need to like chill a little bit before I'm jumping right back into it. my brain is freezing a little bit. Yeah. Let me chill for a moment. How's it going, people? Today is Christmas Eve for me, Orthodox country. Open the beer. Oh, that's epic. So yeah, today is Orthodox Christmas Eve, and it's a lot of celebrations outside. People here in Serbia are burning, I think it's oak tree sticks, I think. It's kind of a local tradition. I'm not planning to go anywhere. I'm just gonna chill at home, streaming, and then later I'll maybe watch some shit. March of Three Kings. That sounds very epic. That sounds some like Lord of the Rings shit. Oh wait, you moved to Poland? It just registered with me. How did you do it? Did you move it like on your own? Or you found a job somewhere? I'm wondering because on your own. Interesting. So it's possible to like just like move. Because I thought Poland is pretty closed for our for our passport. So you can just get a Polish visa, go there and like open a business there, or what? I mean, you don't have to answer, Elfie, if you don't want to. Maybe I'll ask it privately later. Oh, your grandpa is Polish. Okay, never mind. Easy mode. Life is on easy mode. Not like us, not like us. I see, I see. Hey Nuno, hello. Yeah, my life is really on hard mode recently. Because after the war with Ukraine started, I'm like, okay, what is my options for other passports? Maybe it's time to start working on my Israeli citizenship, right? Because I have Jewish ancestry and all that. And I'm like, yeah, you know, I kind of know that you need to like dig archives and prove that some of your ancestors were Jews, and then you get accepted. And then a fucking war in Israel starts, and I'm like, fuck me. Why life is so hard? And then like the only third option I have, like potential third option, is Ukrainian passport. Because my grandma is like half like Ukrainian, half Jew. So it's like, bro, what do I do? So yeah, I guess I'm stuck with Russian passport for a while. Yeah, I mean, you could go Argentina, you could go Uruguay, maybe Mexico. But I'm so sure if I go to Uruguay, they will fucking start a war there because I'm just cursed. At this point, I'm pretty convinced that all of the wars, it's just my fault. Because it just can't be a coincidence. Like the moment I step on Argentinian soil, I know like Chile will fucking nuke them or some other shit happens. So yeah. Okay. Nothing there to start war for. I know. There's always something, right? Sorry for slurping, everyone. Okay. I have the libinput file descriptor. I guess I can just pass it here, right? FD. And in handle event, I can have a uinput FD and libinput FD, which is also S32. I can just do that. And I can even call it device FD. And now it should theoretically, yeah, okay. And key bits, in order to define them, I need, let me just copy it from somewhere. Key beats, yeah, like that. Just like that. Uh, and I can just declare them here, right? Device event file. All right, so this doesn't exist anymore. Can't read key state. This is gonna be lib input device key state, and I don't need to do this anymore. Right. Okay, now we compile. Okay, do we actually work though? Let's try it out. So, active profile is Hollow Knight. Let me add a new key bindings. I can add from... Okay, it works, but it assigned both of them to the same key. So I don't handle key press and key release separately. It's like... But we're getting somewhere. We are definitely getting somewhere. Is it because of this? Yes, it's because of this. So I do need to. Okay, we work. Let's actually play the game, shall we? Let's play the game. Play now. Hollow Knight stream people arrive. Hey Alpha. So true. I'm sorry for flickering, by the way. It also happens for me when I resize the game. Hollow D. Oh. Doesn't quite work. Okay, overriding the shit doesn't work. Okay, mapping works. So when I press U, escape happens. When I press P, jump happens. So what doesn't work is W and D don't work. So overrides don't work. Let's fix overrides. It's on the first. And why? Oh shit, what's that? Can't read. Oh. Yeah, that explains it. I can't read the state on the core keyboard. I can't do that. So override is when, if you press two buttons simultaneously, the one that's pressed later wins. So you can do it for perfect turnarounds. So you can do like that without having to spam two buttons. So you can hold one button, like left, and then you can tap right and you will turn around. You see, like now the character stops the default behavior in pretty much all games. Yeah, so override is the actual SOCD part, yeah. And map is just direct mapping from one to the other. It's not really map, it's more like remap. But yeah. Yes, and two buttons set to opposite. So is this the correct terminology? So like override is not how it's called, because I'm not really super knowledgeable in the fact how the terminology works, because I know that people who are most concerned with it are like fighting gamers. So if you know how it's called like officially in the community, maybe for like arcade boxes, like feel free to tell me. I will rename the enum, because I also don't want to reinvent kind of terminology and confuse people who actually know what they're looking for. But I mean, if there's existing terminology that, you know, people are familiar with, I'm totally fine with using it instead. Okay, so I can't read the keyboard state on the libinput device. That sucks. Opposite. Okay. Let me mark it. Okay, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now, yeah, that's why this is also a big kind of advantage of streaming. You like never know what people might bring to the table. This is also even when I do gaming streams, I usually explicitly allow backseating because most of the time, you know, it's kind of in a good faith, and it also makes it much more entertaining. I'm always kind of in a philosophy that why stream if you don't want backseating, if you like don't want interaction. And I know why, but like you know what I mean. Hey Kihao, hello. Linux input nonsense. I mean, I'm winning. I'm clearly winning, and I'm very happy. I am not winning like as fast as I would hope, but holy shit. Yeah, it's salutes. Christmas Eve today. So yeah, Merry Christmas everyone. Whether you celebrate or not. Slow W is still W, true. This is bad. This makes me think that I might have to resort to getting this device file descriptor from the libinput event. But like, I'm so disappointed. Why do I need this file? So I have the file descriptor, right? I kind of shove it into a polfd. And then I dispatch it. Then I send, and I wonder why I can't read it. I know. I think I know. Maybe I can, but my maybe I can, but keybitsnum. What is keybitsnum? Because I never assigned this, I think. Keymax. Maybe because I never assigned this. What if I just don't do this error checking? Will it work? Now, turn the profile. No, it still doesn't work. Only mappings, only direct mappings work. Let's see if adding mappings work. So I want to map, like for example, I to space. And now if I press I should open my inventory. Yeah, this works. So this works. This works apart from reading from the file descriptor. So what my options are, there is a way to get the device, UDEF device, from the event. But device doesn't seem like device comes with a file descriptor, which kind of sucks if you ask me. I think this doesn't work because libinput file descriptor doesn't map to a real device, and IOCTL internally expects an actual device file descriptor, and the file descriptor in libinput, it doesn't correspond neither a physical nor to like a virtual device. It's like it's probably a file descriptor that they just create like somewhere, and they just queue the events there, like their own types of events. It's kind of like X socket or whatnot. So it makes, if that's the case, then it makes sense why I can't IOCTL the state, which means I need an actual file descriptor from one of these events. Like, in particularly, this would be event number 6, my real keyboard. So, which means we're back to the whiteboard table, and we need to do what? We need to inspect those two. Oh, but before, I want to see if I actually need the timings on the events. If I do that, will it work? Yeah, oh shit, what did I just do? Huh? I put my Emacs into the container with my app? I didn't know Sway can do that. I thought when you make an application floating, that's it. But apparently you can have floating layouts? What? That's crazy. That's fucking wild. I didn't know that. So you can have a floating container, not just an application. Can i3 do that, or it's only Sway? Holy shit. That's fucking wild. Insanity. UDEV, okay. We have a device. What can we get from the device? We can get it's new. No. Get. Yikes. I don't see file descriptors here. Property tags. People are celebrating wildly. Let me sit on my exercise ball. I need to engage my lower back for some brain activity. Would be useful for me, since I watch Twitch in an external player, and use Chiterino to read chat so I could combine them into one container. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. Oh, by the way, I wanted to ask, so I assume you play like Twitch in, I know, like VLC or MPV. Does it still play ads? Or they're able to cut them out? Yes, but also no. Is this like one of those hacks that just like mute ads? Ah, it's okay, yeah, I see. Yeah, I remember that hack. I mean, that's often good enough, right? And so, and in Twitch, I enabled that thingy, so when the ad plays, a small player should pop up with an actual stream. I think there is no sound, but you can still see what's going on. This one. I actually don't know if it's against Twitch TOS to, you know, show ways to avoid ads, so I'm not gonna show it on stream just in case. Proxies, it proxies to a country. Yeah. Interesting hack. So it kind of proxies the Twitch like through Serbia or something. Yeah. That's why I enabled. And I mean, a streamer can actually disable that. So, and I think it's disabled by default. So I had to explicitly go to my ad dashboard and allow that. And interestingly enough, you can also prevent paying Twitch users from having ad-free experience. Slower quality. It's actually not bad when some streamers play 3-minute ad breaks. I mean, I can actually explain why some streamers play 3-minute ad breaks. Well, I mean, maybe some streamers play 3-minute ad breaks every like 15 minutes, then it's just greedy, right? But I actually have to do 3 minutes of ads per hour because this is the only way to disable pre-rolls entirely. Unfortunately. Like I used to set ads to minimum, which is like I think 1 minute per hour. But then all the new people who go to the stream, they first get hit with the pre-roll. And I mean, you know what people do when they click on stream and they get the pre-roll? They just click away instantly, right? Especially if they just want to check something new out. So you have to set it to 3 minutes per hour to disable pre-rolls. Or you can just be like me, you know, live in Serbia. There's no ads on Twitch. I mean, sometimes Twitch gets confused and you get hit with like a random like pre-roll in French. It happens like once every couple weeks or so. Sometimes you'll just get French pre-rolls. Watch demonetized politics. I mean, Twitch is not demonetized. No. It's just there are just no advertisers on Twitch from Serbia. Because there are a bunch of ads on Serbian YouTube, for example. So it's not like Twitch is banned in Serbia or Serbia is sanctioned in any way. It's just purely advertisers in Serbia don't go on Twitch. That's the only reason. I think it's because Serbians don't really use Twitch as much. So I live in Serbia, so I need to learn the language. And I wanted to find some kind of entertaining content in Serbian. You know, Serbian, Croatian, Bosnian, doesn't matter. It's more or less the same language. And so I go to the directory and I search for the hashtag Fuck me. That was right under my window. So I search for the hashtag, you know, hashtag Serbian, hashtag Bosnian, hashtag Croatian, and there's like almost no streamers, almost no streamers like that on Twitch. And those who are here are like streaming Fortnite or streaming like Dota, something I'm completely not interested in. So yeah, no shit. There are no advertisers. You know, seems like Balkans is just not interested in Twitch for some reason. I mean, there are of course, you know, people here, and sometimes somebody like from Bulgaria or Croatia pops by on my stream, but probably the volume is not enough for advertisers to be bothered. I wonder why, because YouTube is like full of it. And I really wonder where are all the like local people streaming. Do they just stream on Facebook or what? If somebody hears like from around here, like feel free to let me know. Because I really don't want to like go to language school. YouTube is huge. I mean, yeah, YouTube is huge, but I want, like, do people stream there? Like, there are a lot of Serbian, Croatian YouTubers, but I haven't really found someone who I unironically want to watch regularly. Like, I would usually watch, like, Serbian, like, YouTube when I need some, like, you know, review of some local product, you know. Then I would watch it, but otherwise, it's like... I haven't found anyone who would spark joy. Yeah. But yeah, let's get back to devices. How do I get file descriptor? Because if I can't get underline file descriptors, then I'm just back at square one. Then like libinput is even less useful for me, which sucks because I just made it work. Maybe this? Oh shit! Maybe that? Get FD. But it needs a monitor. How do I get monitor? Do I just ref it? So let's say I get device. Can I get monitor from a device or what? Get UDEF. No, so UDEF device get what? Syspath. DevNode. Oh, DevNode. Is this it? Wait, no, DevNode is like I will have to manually open. Okay, maybe I can get DevNode and open it, but I don't want to because it's already opened. It's been already opened by libinput. Like, why do I need to open it again? What's the point? I don't want to produce slop. I do not want to produce slop. Okay, let me do this. Libinput event get underlying device file descriptor. Maybe this. I know that already. Yeah, this I know already. By the way, this guy, Hutib, like this guy, he needs to be protected at all costs. Like, this guy needs to be protected. This is the only source of knowledge if you are interested in like keyboards handling on Linux, pretty much. He has infinite X11 related wisdom here. Like topics that is covered literally nowhere else. You know, stuff like X input extension for X11, which nobody fucking talks about ever. He has like code snippets, examples, tutorials. Literally the only place in whole internet is some random fucking blog by this dude who maintains it for like 15 years. Like, I dream of meeting this guy and shaking his hand one day. So yeah, but yeah, I know about this already. This is not quite what I look for. Okay, this is. I think I have to. Like, I complained yesterday about how useless Google is, so maybe it's time to ask. How Sphere 4S says, ask the idiot. Ask the AI. I have a paid account on Twitter, so I can ask Grok. Is there a way to get an underlying device file descriptor from libinput event? Show an example in C, please. Enter. Okay, let me put it here. To get the underlying device file descriptor, you can use libinput get device. Okay, I do that function, followed by sysname to get the sysname and manually. Yes, I know I can do that. I know I can do that, but can I somehow avoid opening the device again, considering that libinput already holds the file descriptor internally, or not holds, but has the file descriptor opened internally. Unfortunately, doesn't provide direct access to the internal file descriptors it uses for device handling. The library is designed to abstract away. Do we trust it? I mean, I haven't found a way myself. Do we trust the idiot? To handle fork? What? What the fuck? What do you mean fork? Oh god. Wait. If you really need to interact with device directly for some reason, outside of what... Oh shit! Rewrite later if you find a way. Yeah. You know what I can also do? I can collect file descriptors. In a hash table. Which I feel really smart about right now. So, sorry for the flashbang. So here's where libinput opens the devices. Um, and here I can get the file descriptor and put it in some kind of a like a global hash table, right? And then, you know, I can just get the device kind of node and fetch the opened file descriptor from the hash table. The reason I don't want to reopen, because reopening file descriptor is incredibly slow, is wildly slow. So I guess that's what I'm gonna do. That's what I'm going to do, right? I will have some kind of an array here, which will be I kind of have it already though. I'm pretty sure I have an array of open file descriptors somewhere here, unless I was passing, yeah, file descriptors here. Yeah, I already have it. I support up to 256 devices on your computer. Deal with it. Open file descriptors for candidates. Yeah, and I was using it in my previous code, so I can then intelligently close file descriptor in another thread, so I don't hold the main thread, because closing like 28 file descriptors, it's like a full second on my computer. Oh, I can smell a powder. People are having like a fucking civil war outside of my apartment. I can unironically smell powder. Wait, let me turn my air purifier on. I'm kind of getting high. I just noticed. Wait, let me close the window. And open the door. Oh, fuck. Okay. It just like really hit me out of nowhere. I just realized my head is spinning because of the yeah, because of the celebrations. So yeah, what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna populate this open file descriptors for candidates. I'm gonna rename this probably later, but for now, so it's that array. Okay. Right. Yeah, that array. This is what I do, right? I have a counter and sort of like that. But in this case, I won't really use a counter probably. Yeah, and it's this awkward, because when you pass it to another thread, you sort of need to cast it to the void pointer, right? That's why I stored it like that. Because I tried dynamic array, but like you pass a pointer to the array itself, and like it's kind of weird with allocators and with like then pointer to the data. So yeah, it's like, you know. So that's why I was storing it like that. And that's why it's static, by the way. That's why it is static. I mean, it can be dynamic here, right? But yeah, you know what I mean. And I don't even use counter, I think so, right? Yeah, I don't even use counter here. Hey, this is not C++, this is Jai. It is also a systems programming language though. So it's in the same realm as C++. You can like, exclamation mark Jai, should work. No, doesn't work. Why? I haven't launched my bot. I mean, I launched it, but it timed out. Yeah, here it is. A random question, what does Jai FN PTR syntax looks like? Doesn't you just like here close descriptors, right? Here you just pass it by name. PTR create, it expects a function pointer here. Doesn't look like much, right? Here it is. Ah, type signature. I see. So there's like two ways to do that, right? So you can, for example, you have a proc, right, that accepts. I opened this, it's Control H, I accidentally fat fingered it, but yeah, like accepts some kind of function, right? You can have it two ways. First, you can just do this. When do I stop fat fingering it? I need to just unbind the button that summons the hello page, right? And like a int, like b string. You can do that, right? And then a proc accepts fn. That is a function with this type signature. You can do that. But if you want to define a type, right? So like proc, for example, if you want to pass it as a function pointer that maybe accepts certain type, you can also do this. You can do like type and then do this. You can also do that. And now proc is an alias for this type. So you can do this. And what about pointer? Pointer, sorry for so many questions, Mao, just curious how disambiguated from returning a pointer to a type. So there's no really difference from pointer to pointer to a type, because I mean types in Jai are first class citizens, so you can pass them around freely. So right. Maybe you can do this. I mean, you should be able to do that, I assume. Like, will it compile? Yeah, it compiles. You see, so I can accept pointer to a type. Yeah. No, you're fine. Like, feel free to ask questions about Jai. I'm totally fine with answering them. If I know the answer, I will answer. Okay, open restricted. So we open the file descriptor, right? If we don't return -1, we will do what was that? Open, or it's file descriptors, not candidates, fuck. What was it? Opened file descriptors for candidates. Thank you. Array, is it arrays? Ah, shit. It's array singular. Array and something equals fd. I need that. A file descriptor is just an integer though, right? Yeah, it is just an integer, and the index will be this. This will be the index. So I need to chop the part of the string. I can also do it by Novi on YouTube asks, what is he doing? I'm working on my program. Here's the program, if you're interested. But TLDR this is like as OCD cleaner, if you're familiar with the terminology, or you can also call it a glorified key remapper, right? It can map keys from one to the other. It can override keys for perfect turnarounds and stuff like that. Yeah. I need to rewrite my bot so it supports YouTube as well as Twitch. Because in Twitch you can just type !SOCD and it will point you to the right direction. And I can't do that on YouTube. Sadly. Okay. What is it for? It is mainly for gaming. I mean, it is for gaming. Right, so you launch the program, right? For now it looks like that. And so, for example, I have a Hollow Knight here, and like it has a bunch of mappings, right? For example, P map to L. Like L is my jump button, but if I press P, it will also act as a jump button, right? So I pressing P, it jumps, I'm pressing L, it jumps. Oh wait, shit, I missed it. Pressing L, it jumps. And for example, in Hollow Knight you have double jump, right? But before I have a second jump, it has this sort of kind of a dip, right? You see it kind of dips a little bit. But if you press the jump like twice, like press and press the jump twice within 100 milliseconds, you can avoid the dip, you see, by having like this, we call it insta wings in the community. And the way I do this is by sliding my finger from P to L. You can also just slide 2 fingers across L, this works as well. But like speedrunning community for Hollow Knight explicitly allows to map multiple different keys to the same action. Caustic bath reflections in the background. Hey, Eggplant. Yeah. Hello, thanks. Yeah, this is pretty cool. Hollow Knight has a lot of details like that. Like there's just so much shit. There's so much effort that they put into small details. It's like you might not explicitly notice them, but your brain definitely does, and it contributes to the immersion. But yeah. Also, like, U map to escape, so I'm pressing U and the pause starts, and because of that I don't have to reach to the escape key. I can press it right under the tip of my finger. You're changing the key binds so you can play the game better. Yes, pretty much. And this WSAD, like you see it says override, this will give me like perfect turnarounds. Like I can hold A and tap D without releasing A, and I will have this 1 frame turnarounds very quick. And actually Counter-Strike, so I've been notified on GitHub issues that Counter-Strike kicks you out of the lobby if you do too many perfect turnarounds. Too many perfect strafes. You don't get banned for it, but if you have too many of them in a single game, you get kicked out or something like that. I don't know what the threshold is, but yeah. So yeah, I need to parse integer. Technically, it could be called TAS by some standards. Yeah, it is. Same as, you know, having a better monitor, right? I mean, there was a whole story. There was like a huge drama in the community before we allowed it. So there was a runner called Visuals, and one day he bought himself a Smashbox. It's this fucking huge ass like coffin that, you know, Smash players like Melee use to play Smash. You know, has a lot of big buttons, and yeah, it's a like arcade hitbox. And he used it to play Smash, and he also wanted to speedrun on it. And it has this functionality to have key overrides. So it was actually, I think, a default. It was, you can toggle it off, but you know, obviously it makes the game play kind of smoother in some sense. And he kind of brought it up like, okay, can I use it or should we like ban it? And there were a lot of people, you know, some considered it a macro. Some people like, oh, holy shit, this is like game changer. We should definitely allow it. And it was kind of back and forth. But then other people brought up that you can kind of do the same thing on controller, right? So on controller, like you have, let me show you. Like you have a D-pad, and you also have analog sticks. And the way it works is that if you hold D-pad in one direction but analog in the opposite direction, you have this SOCD. And so a lot of people, there were like a couple tricks that needed kind of a good turnaround to execute. They would just claw controller, you know, like that kind of claw, and would perform it on the controller. And so there was a community vote, and community voted in favor of allowing this kind of behavior, mainly to level the field, because controller players could use this, like analog D-pad override, and keyboard player had nothing. And we ended up allowing this, and I implemented this program after that to give software. But yeah, is your Twitch chatbot open source? No, it's not, but it doesn't matter because my Twitch chatbot is 50 lines of JavaScript that uses some like Twitch library. So it's like, there is nothing to open source really. I want like a proper bot. That, yeah, but yeah. Oh, I know that tool. It's Siglemic, right? Yeah. It's a very funny story. It was such a great show. Like Siglemic is a legendary speedrunner. Probably like it's probably one of two speedrunners that the most people know about, right? Like if you ask to name two most influential speedrunners in the world, like only two, you'd probably get like two names, and Siglemic is one of them, right? And the second one is Cosmo Wright or Narcissa Wright. I don't know what's the correct name these days. Jai Twitch bot soon, yes. So Jai does not have HTTP in its distribution, but there are actually 2 or 3 HTTP libraries on GitHub. Let me quickly pull them out. So one of them is this. This is, I think this even supports TLS and WebSockets. And also Raphael has one, I think. If I recall correctly, I think Raphael also has HTTP. Yeah, here it is. Raphael also has one. And Raphael also ported a, I think, Twitch like IRC client. I think so. Twitch buddy. Yeah. Yeah, Raphael has a Twitch bot written in Jai, and it uses Twitch IRC that he is ported liptwork here. Yeah. I like Jai a lot. Eggplant. It actually it clicks with me, right? It does exactly what I need. Liptwork. Yeah. Kevin wrote a production-ready server for his product in Jai. Yeah. I actually worked with Raphael on his product, like a little. I did like a little bit of work for it, and yeah, he has a part of it written in Jai. I haven't worked on Jai part though. The Jai is very good. You know, recently John's been adding people without many credentials, right? There are plenty of like CS grads now in the beta. I think he's more, I guess, willing to add like newbies because he's more confident in the. He's probably more confident in people not getting lost. You know, not giving him too much like headache with questions. Yes, there is documentation. There are a bunch of how-tos and examples right in the distribution. So there's like whole like blown tutorial on how to use the language that it ships with. Yeah, we definitely need to ship better tools. We already have LSP server. We have support for editors. I mean, it's probably not as advanced as the one like. I mean, I've heard a lot of bad stuff about Zig LSP. I never used it myself, but I've heard a lot of bad of it. Like it crashes all the time and is very slow. But don't quote me on that. Just what I've heard. And yeah, Rat Debugger supports Jai already. Ryan Fleury, he's in Jai beta as well, and he actually went through some effort to make sure Jai data structures are working properly. And I think it even has Jai tokenizer, so it has like a syntax highlight or something. I think. I haven't used Rat Debugger for Jai. But yeah. Anyway, yeah, I mean, I would definitely use it when it gets on Linux. I really don't like using Visual Studio Code for debugging, and like it's slow and it uses GDB under the hood, which means you have to do crazy stuff to display data structures. And I actually did that. So I have this repo, Jai on Linux. Here it's also one of my repos. There is a folder with GDB helpers, and it's like a Python script, which is just, oh, why do you need to write Python to make debugger work? Like, come on. Also, hey, Ropet, hello. Welcome to the stream. Almost missed you. Yeah, you send an email and explaining why do you want to do beta, you know, and if like if your email is decent, then you get accepted. It should be like a short, polite email where you just state what you want to do with the language, basically. Trying to debug C++ with VS Code, yikes. You might try like RemedyDBG. It's also a great debugger. And I actually, when I was doing Windows, I was exclusively using Remedy. It's very good. It costs $29 though, so it's not free. Yeah. Oof, no mind. I have to use it to work VS Code because we ship a commercial plugin for VS Code. So I kind of try to use VS Code to dog food on the extension. Yeah, I think Xcode plus LLDB is even worse. I know Raphael is using Xcode to debug on macOS, and he has it like set up nicely, and I know that he went through an effort. So actually, like, maybe we could ask him how to do that. But yeah, it sucks. Like Xcode massively sucks. Where was I? Yeah, I need to chop those. I need to chop these from the event. Oh, actually, hash table will be better because there will also be mice. Yeah, mice will also be here. So no, I'm not gonna reuse open candidates. I'm gonna reuse the hash table. So input opened devices is a table of string and s32, right? And here I don't think I need to call table init explicitly. Yeah, I never called it. So all I need to do is table add path fd. I think that's literally it. Table add here, and on the receiving end I will do it was somewhere here, yeah. Original device. So we'll do it like that. Wise fd found equals to table find device name, and table will be lib input oh shit, opened devices, yeah, and it should be a pointer, and if not found, this should be an error. Can't get device, can get an open file descriptor for apologize for this, and then we get device name through this device, and I think I had a grok telling me how to do it somewhere here. Here, yeah. Lib input device gets his name. Yep. Device name equals, I'll just use we're gonna leak a little bit of memory here, right? Dev input, and then to string, and then lib input device gets its name on the device. Let's print device name. Oh shit. Table add what? Oh, the table, fine. We need to find the table because we live in Europe. Device, okay, great, it works, right? Epic, let's see. It doesn't work. Why doesn't it work? Are there any errors? There are no errors. Device name, device name, device name. I'm lost. Xcode is good for graphics. I mean, maybe I don't know. The shader debugger. Oh, is there no render doc for Mac? You couldn't get breakpoints in Odin. Oof. This is just like what you described is just like CLion, just like JetBrains one. The way I fixed that in CLion was to go to settings and convince it that files with .jai extensions are actually C files. And then debugger worked in CLion. yeah, cache, yeah. I mean, there's no other way. You did the same, so... it's almost like, you know, one of those devs just like straight up stole the entire workflow from the other without even thinking how fucking bad it is. Like, you literally have debug symbols that are mapped to the file, and your IDE, it's like integrated. You integrate debugger into your editor, and you don't even like... integrated my ass. How to get... yeah, this is also like sucks so much. This is actually one of the scenarios where Linux totally wins against both Mac and Windows. There is just more technical information about Linux, like highly like specific technical information, because there are less users of this operating system, and majority of users are like somewhat technical, you know, power users, programmers, and that's why the volume of technical information is bigger than Windows and Mac. So it's easier to find this shit. Yes, exactly. Like, the debuggers are file agnostic. Debuggers don't care about file extensions. Why IDE does? Why an ability to put a breakpoint depends on the file extension? This is so brain dead. This is the stupidest design decision ever. Like, why do you fucking care? Just pass the command to GDB, you stupid idiot. I don't know. I don't know, like, I doubt it. I doubt it, but maybe it's like, and like, this is just an excuse though, right? Because like, I'm not saying you make excuses, like, it's not like you work for JetBrains, but yeah, I mean, you kind of just speculate on the explanations, but I mean, you know what I mean. I did that again. I pushed an Emacs into this layout. Second time today. Wait. This needs to be floating and this needs to be tiled. Yep. It still doesn't work, right? Yeah, override doesn't work. But seems like I can at least get events right now, get like key presses. Device FD, let me remove that. And could not pass event. Oh, could not pass the event on. Look at that. Couldn't pass the event on. Huh. Why? Oh shit. This is the wrong one. Yeah, it doesn't work. Let's put lab breakpoint, I guess. Lib input is cooked. Error reason here. What the fuck is this? I don't even remember writing that. Here, right? Can't read. One semi-related thought that I arrived at while working on an editor is that code is just expert level user interface to the compiler. And OG Visual Studio actually did thing right by merging compiler with the editor. But it kind of went the wrong way at some point. Yeah, it makes sense. In the same way, you know, like as people describe Emacs as Emacs is not really an editor on its own. It's just kind of a generic 2D UI, like text-based 2D like UI that speaks a Lisp dialect, right? It's kind of true in the same way. Because right, this is text and I'm editing it, but I press a key combination. This is also a text, but it's a full-blown UI, and it's not a terminal UI. It's actually you see you have like a div, and it's not rendered by the ANSI escape codes. Like this like little things you see, like they're clickable with mouse. Caret or whatever it is. I think it's actually a bitmap. I might be mistaken, but I think it's an actual like bitmap. And a little digression. Where's the scratch buffer? Yeah. So we can turn a scratch buffer into an org mode, and I can have like, well, I don't have it here, but you can install plugin that makes these like different fonts, different font sizes. It's something you can't do in the terminal, right? You can't really have different font sizes in the terminal, but in Emacs you certainly can. Like view hello file, like maybe here you can see it somewhere. No, not really. Oh, this is example, right? Here. What is this? It's a fucking checkbox. It's a real GUI checkbox. This is a real button. You see, you have pop-ups popping up. You see, save the selected themes. So, right, it's not a terminal application inside of a UI, unlike NeoVim. This is like a full-blown GUI. And it has text-based interface. Structured Word document, yeah. Like, you can Google stuff like literate programming about Emacs, where you have an org mode file that has code chunks inside that actually all execute together with some sort of REPL. And it's all like crazy people do that. If you're interested to see some magic, wait, let me find it. It's called Literal DevOps. Literal DevOps Emacs. It is impossible to find shit. Oh my god. Howard Abrams Emacs. Please, YouTube. Literal DevOps with Emacs. Is it so hard to find? Like, YouTube search is as bad as Google search these days. Like, the dead internet got to YouTube as well. Here, if you want to see some magic, check that. It's fucking mind blowing. And the entire presentation is also in Emacs. Metadesk. Yeah, I think Ryan still uses something like that. Like he has a meta program in debugger that generates code from those data structures. Anyway, why this shit doesn't work? Am I missing something? Do I need to call some other IOCTL prior? Device FD. And I have the device name, right? Yeah, okay, I have the device. It's all good. But it doesn't look like I can get the state. Test key. Okay, so let's like I can break here with the debugger, but it's gonna be scuffed because like when I'm in this execution loop, it kind of takes over my keyboard, so it will hard to break into here. Let's print key bit result. Key state is, I think it's an array, or is it like a bit stuff? I don't remember how it's represented. So first I need to focus Hollow Knight right here. I need to press A and then D. Oh wait, what? Oh, I need to activate the profile. Duh. Here. Wait. Oh, key stay. It's a number. Yeah, it's a number of red keys, so it's key bits I need to print. It's key bits. D. I need to recompile it. obviously. Hey Leon, hello. Accidentally have two of them opened somehow. Managed to do it. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Imago, chill. Yeah, thanks, and enjoy your evening. I'm glad you sorted the moving yourself out of the other country. Of hopefully you're good on your new place. Key state is okay 64, so something is here. 64.1, so something like. So it seems like something is changing here, right? One. Do I not run? So here I'm overwriting the output events. Is it because of... Is this why? Let me disambiguate. So this is output events and input events. And these are input events. Do I use this? Yeah, I use this. And this is input event. Now, original is input. Yeah. So let me disambiguate this just in case. And see. Yes, that was the reason, because I was overwriting output events, so the original wasn't propagated. Here, it all works. We get our epic turnarounds back. So it seems like now all the libinput code path is implemented, and I was able to access the device file descriptors through that fucking epic hash table. I did. Woo! Yeah. Big W. Okay, so we have two code paths. One is our own. That is very direct. It doesn't have dependencies, but it also doesn't have automatic like device reloading and multiplexing. And we have libinput. That is a bit backwards, and it definitely doesn't have certain capabilities. So what are we keeping? Do we keep libinput? Or do we... like, so why am I asking this question at all? Libinput doesn't handle controllers, and it bothers me so much. It means that I will need to have two code paths. Two separate code paths, kind of. But libinput handles device quirks. Like, it might handle some faulty keyboards that I, of course, would not be do manually. But yeah, this works. We basically get back to our square 0, right? And now I think if I disconnect keyboard and then connect it back, I think it should still work. Right, so if I disconnect the keyboard, here I disconnected it, I connect back, and it works. It still works, yes. So libinput handled that. And here I need to see some, oh my god. My god. I won't be able to find it here. Like here it should have printed. Let me unprint the key state. Key state is right, so I open the file descriptors and then I like unplug the keyboard. I shall plug it back. Yeah, you see here, it reopened all of them. So this is the part is very nice about libinput. It handles that automatically. Without libinput, I will have to implement that myself. Which is, you know, probably not something I want to do. Okay, let me rush to the bathroom, just like for 2 minutes, and I will clean up some code. I will properly handle virtual devices. I will properly handle capturing, because now I hard code capturing this particular event, and we see if it still works. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna also run an ad break so we have longer time without ads when I come back. And yeah, brace yourself. Okay, I'm back. Again, for new people, if you hear explosions, it's because it's Christmas Eve. So don't like worry, it's all good. Probably nobody's getting hurt. I am well hydrated. Moisturized and all that. Where are you at? I am in Serbia. Okay, let's clean it up, shall we? Close the wrong window. So that found mapping. I will also need to clean up this. This is like a fucking mess. Merry Christmas. Thanks. You too. Today I was drinking coffee, but overall it's tea. I just like I wasn't at the store and they didn't have Earl Grey, so I haven't bought anything else. So I'm stuck to coffee for now. Stuck with coffee, sorry. Grammar is a bitch. Fuck is happening? Serbs are coffee maniacs. Like tea in Serbia is like a delicacy. Or you know, they would drink tea if they get sick or something. But Serbia is generally a coffee drinking country. And the only reason it has a plenty of tea now is because of massive Russian immigration. A lot of Russians came here, and so now they have tea in the stores almost always. Yeah. What do you mean? Like, you have tea because of Russians or what? Or you mean that America is generally a coffee drinking country? Get virtual keyboard path. So I need this. And I need to get this path from the file descriptor. I only drink it. You drink tea when you're sick. I see. Notki? No. What's that? Is it like some kind of gotcha roll? True. Hey, Trin that hype. Welcome. This is some this is first time chatter moment, not gonna lie. Gotcha roll, yeah. Anofki is another streamer, made a cool game, uses Zig, by the way, also Serb. Does it stream in Serbian? Or streams in English? In English, I see, yeah. I would really happy to find some Serbian streamer to learn the language. To learn the language better, because I kind of suck at Serbian still. I am being very lazy in learning. I can get by in Serbian, like I can do all the like necessary task, but I'm not comfortable with Serbian by any means. Like I can't hold like casual conversations, you know, fluently. It kind of worries me. And I'm just being very like lazy to, you know, like find a proper teacher and all that, to like arrange time for school or something. So yeah, we need to, so what I'm doing now, okay. When libinput opens a file devices, it calls this function, open restricted, right? And for now, I just hard coded. I know that when it creates a virtual input device, it will assign it event 29, and I need to exempt it from libinput, right? So I need to know if device that tries to open either is a virtual one and say no, fuck off. And I have a way to find a virtual device path by its sys path, by this, right? And I sort of like I guess it's not really attainable now. Because I'm not in a loop where it's convenient to iterate over all inputs here, over virtual inputs. But what I can do is I can parse proc stuff, right? So I can proc bus input devices. I can parse this file. And one of those, yeah, it's closed now, but yeah, one of these devices will have event 29 in handlers, and it will have like SOCD ID that I assigned here. So yeah. I'm learning Russian and all I can find is Counter-Strike streamers. Yeah, there are people who stream programming in Russian, mainly. Like, they can switch between Russian and English, but mainly in Russian. And there are also like some cool speedrunners who stream in Russian. If you want, like if you're interested in this kind of stuff, I can point you to the right direction. There's a speedrunner slash gamer, Doomka. Here's his Twitch. He streams in Russian, but if you pop up and say something in English, he will definitely answer you. And there are multiple people actually in his stream, English-speaking people who are learning Russian as well. I think one of them is Danish. So yeah, you can learn Russian on his stream. And also a Provod. He streams like hardcore graphical programming, like, you know, Vulkan ray tracing kind of stuff. He mainly streams in Russian, but if you ask a question in English, he will respond to you. I don't think everyone learning Russian all of a sudden. It's like you probably just happen to be in a bubble. But yeah, can I avoid parsing this file all the time here? So okay, for now I'm gonna parse it every time, like whatever. I don't have a TTS in my bot, Ropet. I was thinking about adding it though, so maybe we'll do that. Yeah. Maybe I will have like a series of streams where I'm developing my bot with, you know, support for Twitch, Discord, YouTube, maybe Twitter. Like, let me shill myself. Yeah, so I'm streaming on Twitter, on YouTube, and I post stream notifications to Discord, so you can join it if you want stream notifications. And it kind of getting hard to manage all of that. So now I'm doing everything manually. Maybe I can include that in a bot so that it can post on Discord automatically when I start the stream. And maybe it can even start the translations. Not translate. Maybe it can do things like start like a manual. I guess it is a translation, right? Because I'm translating live. But yeah, maybe it can start stream on YouTube and X, like automatically somehow. It's kind of a pain in the ass to do it by hand. But yeah, so what we do now is when we open like, what do we do exactly? Like, when we create a new device, like here, right? I think here when we like call create, after a while, system will assign it to the event handler, and then we need to store that somewhere, because I don't want to parse it every time libinput wants to open a file descriptor. And we also need to invalidate it when the device gets disconnected. And I can't do it here. I can't store it here because it takes some time for kernel to assign to assign the device, right? So I'm thinking to do it all here, right? We will have something like that. You input device initted or not opened, but maybe created, right? Equals like false. And then we like, when we get a, when libinput tries to open it in a callback, right? We'll do something like if like is virtual device, right? It's like instead of this one, right? We will do something like uinput device created equals true. Something like that. Then we will return -1. It's gonna be actually something like that. We need to check if this is a virtual device, right? No, it's fine. It's virtual device, and it will. What can it receive? It can receive a path to the device, and we have a path, and we have a. No, we can't have a file descriptor though. Is our keyboard uses device fd? Name fb result. Yeah. This actually uses file descriptor. Nice. I just wonder if I need to, if I should close it here or just call it here. Let's see. I'm just wondering if it does it automatically. Closing cannot call into native. Ah, shit. Is virtual device. This is all. Okay. It's not closing anything. It's not actually closing anything. Right. Okay, so I guess I need to close it manually then. Right, I'm opening the device. I'm inspecting it if it's a keyboard, kind of. And here I need to do something like close fd and then return -1. I think that's cleaner. Let it be here. Yeah. It makes it like so much slower though. Oh my god, it's... This is a downside of handling clip input on the main thread. Because opening and closing devices is kind of slow. To do port device closing shenanigans that offload it into a separate thread. I have a procedure that, like, my code previous, it would collect those open file descriptors in an array, and then it would close unhandled in the separate thread so it doesn't block the main one, because it's very, very slow, and I need to port that to improve startup times. Yeah, hopefully it's not gonna cause any like sort of race conditions. I'm just thinking maybe it's fine if I'll just, you know, dangle them. Like, okay, I have an open file descriptor, like, so what? Like deal with it. I don't know. Are translations still working? Streams still working? Yes, the streams are still fine. I also need to make some like sort of noise when I start dropping frames, because now I need to check 3 different places. Or maybe I'll just stop streaming on Twitter, because, you know, maybe it's kind of useless. Right, anyway, I'm not gonna close anything now. I'm gonna check if the device is virtual, and to do that, wait, what is this? And to do that, also a virtual device, string, and so virtual device equals path. Yeah. Very boom. Man, I need to figure out emotes. I have like a couple emotes, but they're like nothing special. I'm gonna become a real professional streamer with a bunch of emotes. But it's not a priority for now. Right, so how do we figure out if the device is virtual? Like, is a virtual device. It's gonna accept a path that is string, right, and return Boolean. I need to translate the event path wait, no, I just need to inspect a I just need to inspect this, like proc input devices. So we do like devices read entire file, and proc bus input devices, right? I can also do a file visitor. I can sort of do a file visitor. Yeah, anyway, read entire file. Like parsing is kind of annoying, right? I split the content by line endings, then I would like iterate over each chunk. I mean, I will split it by 2 line endings, then iterate over each chunk and split those by line endings, and then one of those will have like this. So like right, here it is. You'll have an n name equals that. If the chunk has this, then get the handlers part. Get like the lines that starts with handlers. And then out of that line, we will cut out the event part. And an alternative to that, would be iterate over all folders in the sysdevices virtual input. Sysdevices virtual input. Iterate over all devices here. So it's gonna be 2 iterations, right? And inside of there, we'll see if it has U event, right? And then we'll, okay, if it begins with this, then it is true. Easy clap. And then what's that? Dir list. Full name, okay, dir list. If contains event, path chunks, event name, found event. Oh, huh. Why not? Because I don't want to like, I don't know, for some reason, like parsing prog bytes input device, just like it doesn't feel right. I just hate it. And I'm so torn. Whatever. Okay. Whatever, dude. Like just do this. If not success, log error, can't read proc bus input. ISS to find a virtual keyboard. Free devices. Next, it's not device, it's devices like raw. Now devices is gonna be split. Devices raw, and we split by /n/n. Oh, or does split accept a single character by any? Oh. And separator is a type. Must be a string or a byte. Okay, okay, string or a byte works with me. Now for devices. Right, so we look at each device. Then we kind of split all of that by line endings. Device props equals split it by just a single line endings, right? And now for device props, let's do this prop if prop equals to that, hard coding for now. Oof. Return true. Easy clap, right? Sounds easy enough. And now if it is virtual device, created virtual device path equals path. And also return -1. And this actually can be done before we open the file descriptor. Let me step into it. Like that. Identifier devices is used before its declaration. Because it is not devices, it is devices role. And I'm reading it every time. Path is used before its declaration. Because it's not path. Oh, yeah. Not all control paths return a value. Fuck you. I don't care. Actually, I mean, I kind of do. So return true and like. Just let's be a good citizens. Right? Okay, still compile. Now let's debug it. Device row success. So we read the shit. And device row empty string. What? What? Wait, why is it an empty string though? Proc bus input devices. Why the fuck is it empty? Hey Batman, hello. Yeah, I'm using VS Code as a debugger UI. That's my only use case for it. Why isn't it? Oh wait, It's all empty string. Oh, now I can read it? Device raw. No, devices is... What the fuck is this? Can't access memory. What? Success true, but devices raw is... What? Not a GF enjoyer. I've used GF for a while and it's like a bit hard to define GDB printers for GF. I had a custom script for GF helpers, but it was a bit weird. I had to like restart it in a weird way. So yeah, I didn't get into it. But I sent a patch and I think it got fixed. it was buggy, but I sent a patch that should fix it, but maybe Raphael didn't apply it fully. Yeah, okay, it didn't work. Let me see what read entire file does now. On Unix. Yeah, this is what I sent. So if not, return data. Yeah, that's why that's why we added this. Ah, single read length. Yeah, this is what Raphael changed, I think. So if it's just length, then it will work, right or not? No, it also didn't work. It didn't work either. Yeah, it didn't work either. It definitely worked for me. Like, it 100% worked. Let me see what my patched procedure were. No, it was a while ago. So neutral mapping, minimal cleanup, new giant beta. I think it's here. No, it's just context mapping situation. Oh yeah, here it is. Yeah, you see, I didn't have file length here. Oh no, here it is. No, it was file length. Fuck. So maybe it never worked. Yeah, I mean, I believe you that it returns. I see. Well, I guess another patch incoming that gets length correctly. How do you read those files then? Do you just read until you like read one by one until you hit end of file or what? Read until read returns 0, yeah. But do you read one by one? It's so inefficient. But I mean, you still have to specify what those blocks are, right? Everything is file my ass. Fucking leaky ass abstraction. Leaky ass fucking abstraction, man. Yes, leaky ass. Just like my after KFC wings. Yikes. Yeah, I don't want, I'm not gonna like, I refuse. You know, as John says, like line must be drawn here or something. Like what he says usually. When he doesn't want to deal with something. I don't want to deal with that. Like, fuck this. I think I'm gonna do that instead. Yeah, I know that the data is generated on the fly. But, okay, it's generated on the fly, but kernel doesn't stream it though, right? It generates it and then returns it back, right? Or it actually like streams it in blocks. I don't think it streams it in blocks. I remember I looked at the kernel code that generates proc devices on the implementation. Wait, no, I don't think it's platform dependent. I think it's just straight up hard coded in the kernel. Proc entry, yeah. But for devices, it's not streaming it. Like, since it's not streaming it for proc devices, why wouldn't it return the file length? So fucking stupid. I'm so fucking sad, man. Okay, let's do that instead. Okay, full name is let me do that. And then inputs, it's not sys, yeah, input, right? And then it's input 1119. It has U event. Yeah, this is what we're looking for. And I mean, this is more syscalls. This is slower, because it's more syscalls because I need to get a list of directory, like iterate over each of those, right? And then like try to read files and all that. Let's do it. I'm not gonna fucking read file in blocks. Fuck you. Fuck you, Linux. Equals to sys devices virtual input. Now, let's do this. Virtual devices, like virtual entries, equals gear list. If you want to use it. Okay. Copy paste is better than writing. It has focus mem copy. I know that it's probably just just to avoid like x64 backend shenanigans that is not consistent with LLVM, but still. Yeah. I can just use memcopy. Where does it store it? Data. Count, data, buffer. Yeah, okay. I don't want to copy paste it. I'll just port this to do it without a file visitor pattern. It's like this, but without file visitor. But thanks, I might end up copying it later. Virtual inputs, so for virtual entries, right? What do we do? Like event path. Right, it. Well, entries, I think it's yeah, it's fine. Should be fine. Read entire file. Still broken even with that. I see. Yikes. Do you know why? Like, why it's broken? No idea. I see. And yeah, I guess like it's gonna be like a nasty repro, right? Like, hey John, here's focus. Like, please compile and fix. And it's cross. I mean, if it's cross-platform, then it's easier to reproduce, right? Then it's slightly easier. But yeah, it's still. Yeah, I imagine it's like pretty funny debugging session. Info, if not success. Oh, this is actually this way it doesn't check it per path. It just finds the path, right? So this is a bit different. So this is not something you call per path, unless you like do this and then event 29 and like yay. So yeah, it's like slightly different thing, and I don't really have not really a place to call it globally, because there might be a delay, you know, after creating the there might be a delay after creating the device and before libinput reads it, so I can't really call this right after executing IOCTL because device might not be ready yet, right? And I don't want to introduce any kind of sleeping. So yeah, I guess I'm copy pasting the read, then block read. Yikes, dude, but what are you gonna do? Yeah. Read the entire proc info. Maps? Why maps? Builder. Okay. It's proc bus input devices. Bus input devices. Yeah. Failed to open. Return close data. Yikes. It's buffer. I thought you like allocated. Never mind. No yikes. No yikes. No yikes. I'm sorry. No yikes. Array reserve, memcpi, data count, and I have a data here. It's like string, return data. Can I cast this to string? Data. Oh, I haven't even read that. Ready to, okay, string builder. Wait, where's string builder? There's no string builder, fuck. Yeah, I don't even pay attention. Well, you can cast to string. Okay, nice. So I can do this. This will kind of leak it, though. Where do I put it so I can free it then? I'll just hack it out like this. And I'll cast it to string here. Whatever. I do like that. Whatever you were doing with what read entire file was returning. Yeah. Like this. Does make sense? Oh shit. Return whatever. Or I'll just return wait, what? Why can't they free it? Doesn't has like an allocator? Oh, it's array free, right? Yeah. And the error case. You are right. You're actually right. But I will just YOLO it for now. Okay, I wanted to inspect it, like. What is virtual? Yeah, it's totally here. Oh, it's the wrong file. Yeah, let's do it. Devices raw. Nice, we have it. Yeah, let's go. Takes it on. Now devices. 30 devices. Oops. Devices props. Here, 9 props. Yeah, okay, has name. So let's just set one here and oh, no. And now let's go true. True. Yeah, it worked. It worked, and now if I add new mapping, yeah, it doesn't duplicate the keys now. Yep, all good. Easy clap, thanks. It's like it is such a simple thing, but I hate blocked reads from a file that supposed to return file length. Actually, don't file utils have a sort of a helper for it? Read entire file, file current position, set file length, file read. Yeah, it has file read. Yeah, I know technically. I know that it's technically wrong. It also used to not do that, which was also wrong. But like, you know, like probably if you're working on some sort of application where it's important, like my bet is that you're not using, you're writing your own shit anyway. And you probably don't read entire file in this case too. If stuff like this, if stuff like that is important to you, right? Yeah. It definitely looks like Windows Windows API ported to Unix alternative rather than Unix way of doing it. Right. At most bytes to read bytes. So yeah, you could have used that. This seems to be fine. VData. What is VData? Into null destination. Where to read. I see. Wait, so it's like a input? It's like an output parameter? Yeah. Yeah. It's just like, it's just weird to me because, you know, like, it is also very Unixy way to do that, right? Like, it's just, I'm just surprised to see Unix, like, POSIX style API in a Jai module, because usually Jai way to do that is just like straight up returning the data here, right? Instead of passing the pointer here. But I mean it makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense because you have to allocate. Yeah. It makes sense. Oops. Whoops. But also, like, okay, you allocate, you return like an array with allocations, with like an allocator on it. But then, yeah, scratch that. It is nice. Like, for what you want to do, it's a nice API, because it is easier manage that from the call side. Like, you can have like your growable arena, whatnot. Otherwise, you would have to then free those chunks in a loop, because every one of those would have some allocator shenanigans going on. Yeah, it's fine. Don't listen to me. I'm already kind of cooked. Yeah, I'm streaming for almost 5 hours. Okay, this works. Its virtual device is working now. And we do that. And we set virtual device path here. And why I did all of that is because I'm saving virtual device path in case that, like, libinput, if something happens and a device gets unplugged, this flag can get invalidated. And so next time we want a virtual device, we can just rerun this little thing upon opening and assign it back, right? So in here, right handle libinput event, pointer motion. I don't actually need that. Pointer button is gonna be this, like else if get pointer, pointer button, get type, destroy, keyboard key. Is it destroy? Okay. Wait, what? Lib input event get. Well, apologize for the flashbang. Where's the here? Device removed. Yeah, here's the device removed. Lib input event device removed. Right. We will do we'll do this device name. If device name equals to virtual device path, then virtual device what is it? Was it called? Input device created. I need to find better names. Basically that's the idea. That's the quick and dirty idea. Like if I unmap, like, delete the virtual device somehow and it gets reinitialized, so libinput doesn't open it again. Yeah. So with that said, it seems like we have ourselves a working version of the program that is using libinput. I'm drinking water constantly. It's just my throat is a bit sore because I'm talking for 5 hours without shutting up. So at this point, I need something other than water. I need like some milk and honey or some shit. Hey, Lazy. Hello again. Yeah. Okay. It all works. I'm probably gonna like do some off-stream cleanup, like sit on it for a while and think if I ship libinput stuff, or if I revert back to my, maybe after implementing a controller code path. And yeah, this was actually surprisingly productive stream. I fixed all the issues. I still need to do some cleanups, but it works. It's at the point where it works. Like, yeah. Nice. We're totally good. Okay, so I'm gonna end the stream now. Maybe let's find someone to rate in the software in the some software and game dev category. Twitch.tv. Ooh. Where's the category? Software and game dev. So like off the top of my head, I don't really see anything. Like somebody streaming random projects in Rust. I need to like maybe follow more streamers so that, you know, I have rate targets. Yeah, actually saw that Jai also uses SDL controller database. We'll see if I do that. And I think I can compile that statically too, right? So or maybe like just ship SDL with me, because I don't want to make people install SDL, even though realistically it's gonna probably be installed already. But I don't want to be that, oh, you will have to install it, blah blah blah. But we'll see. We will see. we'll see when we get to it. Oh, look, it's me. Somebody's streaming web GPU. Do you want to watch some web GPU? It's web GPU in
Count.
It's web GPU TypeScript. Okay, I don't want TypeScript. No TypeScript. Yeah, museum. I know, cool, but no mic, so no interact. But maybe I mean, lurkers. Oh, I accidentally closed Twitch. Yeah.
In-game sound, I think.
Shut up. There's Z Show, author of Learning Python the Hard Way, streaming some C++ game dev. That might be interesting.
I think it gets killed before I've had a chance to process it, so...
There's some AVX instructions. Okay, let's raid him. Okay, we're raiding that show. Also, let me shield my socials one more time. I think the bot is dead. No, it's because shield is spelled like that. Yeah, you can follow my shit if you want, and yeah, I'll see you next time. Maybe tomorrow. We'll see. Yeah, thanks everyone for watching. Bye. Have a nice Orthodox Christmas, everyone.
Let me do that. No, yeah, we'll figure it out tomorrow. Hey, we got a raid coming in. Awesome. Welcome, raiders. We're working on a little roguelike game. Just placing random enemies currently. How was your stream? Hippo arrive. Thanks for the raid. A little sluggish on that test. I want you to crash. Where are you gonna crash? Keyboard handling on Linux? Were you using like a generic library, or did you kind of writing your own? And beat them up. There we go. Okay. Let's do GDB. Right. I want you to crash. There we go. GUI 255. Yeah, here.